Hello, 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 hello. I'm Sentient Dessert. This is my channel. Um, I'm recovering from a sick yesterday. I still have a temperature in excess of 100 degrees. I'm on Tylenol to keep in check. Able to take care of a lot of things offline yesterday. Open up with something that I did not realize is that if you unlock a new dungeon and you queue for the roulette, you can end up in that new dungeon. I thought that roulette was only for dungeons that you cleared. So, um, yeah. I ended up in there. I did not run it. Vacated the dungeon. Apologized to the people there. So, I feel bad about that, but at the same time, I don't because I want to do the content on this character streamed first time through. If I can't use it, I still like to do. Only one time has it been that I have. No. I apologize in advance if I am not coherent. As I said, I'm dealing with the Tylenol. I'm sitting at like 90. That can influence cognitive. So, you're running around. The reason I'm in Idleshire is, the Wondrous Tales. I've got it set up. I'm gonna do it on this account and on this character and my main character. See if I can boost my experience at the beginning of Endwalker. As it looks like Endwalker happens on the 23rd of November. So I've got 4 weeks technically. A little bit less than 4 weeks. Thought it was 3. My mistake. But if they do the same thing with the early release for players that have pre-ordered, then that means that we are going to have a few days extra so that if I get the book, I can have 2 books turned in and then get a third one when the expansion officially drops. So, with all that said, Doma Castle. Storyline based, so we're going to skip it. For the tank, up your tank stance when you get in. Apologies in advance to anybody watching this if I become incoherent. I've been sick. Tylenol plus fever. So just keep that in. No big pulls. Hello. This is a dungeon that I would not recommend running ahead, because there are going to be a lot of spawning mobs that are going to go for the person that's in the lead, and if the tank's not in the lead, it's just a higher possibility of things to go wrong. But take sound effects down to 50 or so. They're kind of loud. I feel like they kind of drown me out some. Right, we got this huge section with a bunch of Doman slashers, and that's also why you don't regen. on poles. And sometimes they toss up a defensive thing that you run into before you realize tossed it up. Well, the other thing as a tank, I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Click off all of the regens where you pull. Now, ideally, I would pull it up there, but I'm just being safe right now. Got a group of people that trust and you can run this with that are actually doing pretty. If you got a good healer and good DPS and you can tear things down quickly, you can actually pull this entire section and all of these sections up to the gates. One of the reasons that they've put the gates in various locations is to prevent people from doing the big pulls, getting frustrated, and ending. And by having the natural barriers in there to the extremely large pulls, I'm not liking it. Spending too much time. At the same time, that's also my fault for not using any defensive cooldowns. So, keep track of your defensive cooldowns. And gunship. Kind of want to kill the gunship first. A lot of times the other guys get killed first because they are not as beefy. But the AoE that is hitting you all along this section is coming from this gunship. Now before recent expansions and changes to the game, there were issues with threat generation, and it's no longer an issue. Tanks basically have... Tanks are rarely pulled off of unless somebody is actively trying. Okay, first boss, the Magitech Rearguard. See a lot of these flying bits off to the side and back. They are going to be used in this fight. Boss does a lot of AoEs, ground-based AoEs, like Garland Fire. You just move. It's a moving, rolling AoE, I guess you could call it. Alright, bits have become active. You're going to shoot out, you want to dodge those. Then you're going to have the chips on the side. If these things touch you, they will explode and deal damage. Just adjust your positioning. And thank you to Moon for illustrating why you pay attention to the sides. Alright, now about halfway through, the bits are going to start firing more concentrated. They're going to have a smaller area to stand in. Right, we've got clear on both sides where I'm at. And he'll also double the area for the ground fire. And you can stand in the little tiny section between. Just make sure that you are good with your positioning before it thing goes off. You know what you're doing, you don't really have to move much during this fight. If you pay attention, you won't get hit at all. First boss down. Jump in the water. Only half deep water. Another section where you don't want to be running ahead of the tank. Establish threat on that. Threat on those guys. And here. Mainly because some people like to get the treasure chest. Yeah, we'll pop our cooldowns this time because I'm paying attention, not talking about something else. One way that you can speed up the process is stunning the last guy and then running ahead so that others can't run with you. Along here, you just want to time yourself properly so that you don't get hit by the AoE from the battlements. Embrasure? Is that the right word? Gonna be the last one left alive. We'll go like that. That out. Homa Castle, not one of my favorites, but it is one of the easier ones. Regen issue again. Most of this trash is simple, you just dodge out of stuff. And eventually you'll make it to boss number 2. Okay. If I recall correctly, this boss, which is one of the mechanics for the final boss. Similar mechanic. Got a stack mechanic, so stack for that. Stop the stack immediately. Yep. This is the mechanic that carries through. Now, don't have to do it right now, but I'm going to have to momentarily. When you run into that barrier, it's going to deal damage and knock you back. Some instances, you have to do it. Okay, we don't have to do it this time. When one of these pillars comes up, you need at least one person standing in it. You don't need everybody standing in it. Usually the tank can soak one. If there's more than one, then you have to have DPS or the healer take it. So this is when you see the grid appear, go to the place that you think you're going to need to go. I'm running over here. Eva's going over there. Good. But 2 people hit barriers, so they disappeared. You're going to do Divine Veil. Got the heal off just in time to get the barrier up. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by one, aren't I? Okay, no. But he is gonna do the point blank AoE. Move away from that. A very simple and straightforward fight. Just in case, you always want to go and activate the mechanics. Right. Stairway. Voice isn't playing nice now. Stairwell, you basically just zigzag up stairs. Normally I would grab this group and go up to the next group. But I'm just playing safe today. And that was me using healing aggro. Not all tanks can do that. Now the reason that you just want to pull these 2 groups and not go up through the door is there is a wave-style mini-boss there. So as you deal damage to the boss, or to the big unit, smaller units are going to come out, and it's just easier to be able to focus down the big guy while collecting the extras. So, been a while since so I forgot where they spawn. So this guy's gonna do a lot of ground AoEs. Shadows have spawned. First group has spawned. This is where I switch to doing AoE damage. Second group should spawn at about 50%. Or less. Just a lot easier to focus down the big guy when you don't have all of the additional ads sitting there. Oh, I can stun it. Wonderful. Alright, final boss. We're skipping it because of the storyline and... Alright. Waiting for others to finish their cutscene. Hyper-tuned Grinwat. Black Bosom Fate Reaper. I think that was a cash shop item. Alright, this guy, you want to tank him in the middle if possible. You will understand momentarily why. He's going to target somebody randomly and start shooting at them. Okay, so when you get the red thing around you, you want to move away from the boss. He is going to target somebody randomly, and they've got to keep moving if they want to avoid getting damaged by that. That is a epicenter AoE that's on someone. That's why you want to tank him near the middle. The epicenter is going to go off. They drag it to the side. You can drag the boss back to the middle. Or near enough. Alright. So he's pulled out the saw blades. Saw blades are going to move across the map. You want to be standing in an appropriate spot. Okay. Got those again. No, we need to be over here. That's why we want to be over here. So if you look at the blades, you can see the distance between them and figure out where you need to stand. This is the point where I might have to run into one of these things. It's more forgiving than it used to be. Alright, this is one of the odd ones. This is where we want to move right here, I believe. It's going to go that way, that way. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay, there were 3 of the red marks that time. This is an easy one, you just go to the corners. Excuse me. You will die. Now he's gonna do the cross again. He's not gonna survive. And that was Doma Castle. Yes, I'm waiting for loot. Not a bad idea to have a surplus of company seals when a new expansion comes out, so that there's something that you need to buy it. So I got the level 70 skill, which I wasn't able to showcase in there, but kind of like it. Kind of create a shield for, and anyone that stands behind you with this skill active takes reduced damage. 85% less damage. So it is one of the best defensive skills in the game, if not the best non-immortal based defensive skill. So there aren't any trials for a little while. I think the next one is gonna... Next one might actually... at level 69. Nope, we need to go... And also... head cold along with the temperature, so the voice is becoming... increasingly, I'm not going to go into the details, but clearing my throat more often. I try to mute the mic. You guys don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Can't mount here. Okay. Okay, so this is a good example of what they should be able to do with other areas. Especially Idleshire and, places like that. This place is completely destroyed. So, yeah, this place gets built back as you progress in the storyline. So this is what they should do in the future for everything when it comes to showing where it is built. But then again, that could just be the first time you go there, it's like that. Do I have to go back? See right away if the restoration... Oh, that took us to Gane. My mistake. Alright, so that was a level 67 duty. That was a level 67 duty. Ruby Bazaar. Ruby Bazaar. And of course, where they drop you, there's absolutely the closest, right, is the Gane Doki markets. Gane Dori. Like everywhere else, at least one. I mean, that's probably the farthest from any other spot, other than here. Hey, it's Wyatt Earp. I actually discovered any fact about Wyatt Earp. Wyatt Earp was one of the inspirations for John Wayne's demeanor for a lot of his Western movies, and the personality that he developed for said movies, the character for everything. Because John Wayne, when he was young, with Tom Mix. Tom Mix being a really famous in his era, he was a lot more famous than John Wayne was in his. But Mix and Earp were friends, and Earp was alive, and John Wayne got to spend time with both the men. So, you want to know how Wyatt Earp actually talked and how he carried himself? There is a very good chance that John Wayne's depiction of a cowboy is the closest thing that we've got right now, at least. I don't know if there are any videos of, or any films of Wyatt Earp when he was alive. I think he died in 23. But something to pay attention to. I'm not a big Western person. My favorite Western is Unforgiven. But then, why did it bring me here? But yeah, Westerns aren't really my cup of tea. I mean, I'll enjoy them, but I won't go out of my way to watch them. Else it's more me. To be fair, go back to the spaghetti Western era, and almost all of them are the same. Like, comically so. Possible that the next trial is going to unlock at 67 instead of 69. Shall see. I know exactly what would help with the throat. Frogs caught in it. But thick and food just does not sound good. But what I'm thinking of for the expansion is if I can get my bunny up to even with the storyline, is the first 3 days, I may only stream one of them, but first day at least I am going to be on my main character progressing, getting the story, learning what's going on, as the first dungeon usually doesn't happen for a little while. Then I will take my bunny through and get to the first dungeon before I stream it, so this is ideal. Not, and plans, especially with me, never survive contact with the enemy. So, find the people and talk to them. All right. one of the few places where you will see an entire city dedicated to one of the 12. But when we go back to Doma, I have already... Nope. I've unlocked all of the Doman ether currents. I got all the ones that I could over here. Aside from, I think, one that was a quest. No, I actually planned on getting on earlier because I woke up extremely early today, but the joys of being sick, I had to lay down and try to sleep out illness, feel horrible. Which I feel a lot better right now. That's the reason that I'm not too fond of food right now. I don't like feeling nauseated. I'm just nursing a ginger ale while we do this. We can go for a few hours, great. I'm having fun regardless. Wonder... I can do. So I've got a project that I want to do towards something Halloween. Be released on Halloween, like an inauguration for my secondary channel. I think I can get it all done tomorrow, unless I feel worse, or unless my voice gets worse. So, knock on wood, fingers crossed. Wish me luck there. Video is probably not going to be seen until the middle of November. One that I'm in right now. That I plan on making tomorrow is going, as I said, edited and up Halloween. Some people like listening. Don't. Not going. They can't. That's extremely vain of me to say that. Right, so we skipped the cutscene. This against the... Yeah, this is against the... Again, Muscle and Iron Will.
Here it comes!
Oh, I do not like her English voice actor. Another little fun bit of trivia. Certain words have certain roots. And I think I'm getting this right. But you have a dominator and you have a dominatrix. Dominator is male and a dominatrix is female. In the same linguistic convention, a male is an actor or an actor, and a female is an actrix. But we use actress because English is a bastardization of all languages. Oh, we have artillery cannons back here. Oh, those actually hurt.
Take this!
So this is technically storyline that I can't skip. Anything said, I can skip. Should probably come over and finish this things up. Finish the predators off. Hey, you're all alone. And it's just a duel. Oh, she's pulling off some of the tactics used by whatever the crap that guy's name was. Oh, there goes a bird. Flying by. Hero or not, you'll die just like the rest. Somehow I don't think so. Between the two of us, I'm the one that's got to heal. Now you're gonna summon the bits again? Do the knockback. Nope, just gonna knockback. We'll see if arm's length works. It does.
Meet my new friend!
You're making a lot more this time.
I'll cut you to pieces!
Very simple. This is where storyline really kind of heats up. Okay, so we need to search the fringes for remnants of army. I think once I make it through every, I can go back and do along left. 17 minutes wouldn't be enough. Plus, I'm trying to get through stuff. But, something to potentially do when I actually get, like, current is to go and visit all of the Beast Tribe quests and spend a week or two going through and doing all of them and showing how they are done. Some of them can be a little confusing. By confusing, I mean sometimes go to the wrong spot where you think that you've got to do one thing and you've got to do another. They may have corrected it since I was doing. I know for a fact that I haven't completed all of the dwarf ones on Sav. So one of the things about the Beast Tribe quests is they are good for leveling alts. Like if I decided that, you know, I wanted to switch over and start leveling Gunblade, as soon as I hit level 50, I could start, well, I think level 43, I could start doing the Beast Tribe quests in Eorzea. And when I hit 60, I can do them in, no. 50, then 60, then 70, and... So at 50, you can do the Heavensward stuff. At 60, you can do Stormblood, Beast Tribe quests. At 70, you can do Shadowbringers. That's if you've already cleared the storyline and unlocked tribe quests. So usually Beast Tribes are good for leveling. Now, one thing to keep in mind with Beast Tribe quests is that as soon as you hit the next threshold, so if you are 59 and then you hit 60, the level 50 Beast Tribe quests are going to give you like 1,000 experience. Why you want to move on to the next tier, because they will start giving you like actually comparable to your level. Like I think 3 of the Beast Tribe quests typically give maybe an 18th of a level of experience. Don't quote me on it, it's been a while. So there are many ways to actually level after you've completed, you know, leveling a character. Because you have to go and, you know, level the other one from level 1, they haven't ignored low-level zones. They're sending people back there to populate them with various minor quests, whatnot. something. Find leveling other jobs. I think because Sav is maxed out one, I might her to go over other jobs when it comes to discussing skills, and those will probably happen as I level that character to max in those jobs. Summoner being the one exception because I haven't played Summoner. So, go away Alpha Nod. Critical Keep. MZZ. Hey. Aether right here. Alright. So now that we're over here, we could use the Ether Compass. Fall down, kill ourselves. We can get to the Ether currents that we did not have access to before. If we can get to the Ether currents that we did not have access to before. Now, for a sea creature, it certainly can't jump very well on land. By the way, okay, yep. Sound based, not sight based. But using endgame gear for the content, they die fast. One thing that was brought up to me regarding the upcoming expansion, there are going to be a lot of people that have, they played the game, they've made it through what's out there right now, and they have not dealt with the experience grind. Now, this game is not as bad as others for the experience grind, but you are going to hit walls where you need to get experience. And in those instances, your first daily roulette will give you a bonus. Most roulettes will give you a small bonus depending upon your job. But it was brought up to me in the example of being, there are a bunch of people out there asking, well, what are these side quests for? Side quests are to help you level. All these areas that are like filled with side quests, like Gold Rush, all the ones up here, they are needed to do those unless you were like running dungeons 24/7 to level quickly. Quest. So, when the expansion drops, understand that leveling is going to be slow. I mean, right now it's saying that I need 17 million to get up to the next level. And when Shadowbringers hit, getting up to that level was, you were not getting the amount of experience from the quests and from turn-ins and from everything that you get now. So, oh, I've got to use the sack on them. So be ready for a grind. That's why I'm not really looking forward to doing it on 2 characters simultaneously. But I'm also hoping to be able to get some more appropriate content out. Anybody that watches the videos over on YouTube, I've got it set up to release 1 a day. And Endbringers hit, or Endwalker hits, I may alter that specifically for the dungeon runs, because I think that people would want to see the newest dungeons and how to get through them, and possible, screw ups that some people might have. Because the first week of the expansion is learning the new fights and everything, and some people want to look up a video to know what goes on in the fights. Some people want to look up and know what to do with some trash, because a lot of the videos I've seen regarding the dungeons, it's just boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, and not, well, there's a trick to getting this trash done quickly, like in, well, was Lost City of Amdapor Hard. Most players won't know that you pull the enemies into the light to have them take more damage. And it's stuff like that that people don't know. And it's not really talked about because, we can burn through the trash whether we do that or not. Just required to know that when it was actual current content. I'm expecting a lot of the old dungeons to actually be a bit harder after that crunch. Yep, like 8. Oh, here we go. Nope, it's 67. We are going to take care of Lakshmi. $79 to the south. Of course you're going to be up there. How do I get up there? And Propti over here has what I hope is another Ether Current quest. I cannot stress it enough. Complete the Ether Current quests and you will enjoy getting around a lot easier. I can't get up that way. Hate when that happens. Doesn't happen often, but there are some spots where you aren't going to be able to jump because moving forward makes you pretty much jump. Or fall, or however it wants to be described. Oh, I could get up here, couldn't I? Especially in the this area, I highly recommend unlocking flying as soon as possible, because trying to navigate, they make the ground difficult to get around on purpose. Southwest. Where are we from here? Oh, right there. Missed it when I came by. Not a difficult thing to do because I was not paying attention. One left. Going to be... teleport here. Wait. Like right now, I have only done main story quests and a few side quests. To get where I'm at. And I have not run many additional dungeons. Sorry, I'm fighting with my voice. I have not done much. I did turn in one Wondrous Tale for about 7 million experience. Everything else has been progressing the storyline, progressing the quests. So, something to keep in mind. We're not going to be leveling fast when you hit the expansion. They usually introduce the experience bonuses after the first major patch. There will be some increase, and then after the second major patch, that's when you will see more experience from doing quests and stuff like that. Because they don't want everybody... It's not about getting to the end, it's about playing the game. Which, a bunch of other MMOs have forgotten. There is more than just end content. Compass. The east. They're gonna be in the Lamia. Is that what these guys? No, Vajra is her name. Okay. That, pachyderm. Giant elephant. And it's a giant elephant that doesn't like me. Yep, there's the last the collectible ether currents. Not gonna grab it yet. Gotta jump down and I don't... Hey, I remember them from yesterday. Emanation is now accessible. So before we queue for that, we're gonna go grab the current. Then we'll queue, then we'll go and do the current quests that we've got. Alright. Iridoma Castle. Emanation. Got that one there. That's the last non-storyline base. So we'll go and take care of that. Hey. Funny if I got aggroed and immediately killed. The other thing to keep in mind is while I'm going through and doing this, I am extremely overgeared for almost everything I'm participating in. Even the things that I sync to, I am overgeared. So the gear I've got is 385 item level. But it gives me, when I completed the level 70 Paladin quest, is 290. So that is, I mean, let's just compare the item comparison. I lose 13 damage. I lose over 100 strength, 135 vitality, and determination and tenacity aren't even on this one, but overall, yeah, the important things are... Gotta go to another spot. Alright, we got Emanation up. Got Emanation up. We'll see who... Emanation. Skipping because of plot. Alright, so first thing we need to do, we're gonna run over here, pick up this one, open the other tank. Alright. Tank should grab that one, or yeah. So we kill these things. Pay attention to this drill. It prevents you from taking damage from some attacks. And these little tiny nodules that are up, replenish it. So if you use it, be on you for a little bit, and then you can replenish it. Come on. So, people will get marked with the flowers, and they will get a cross-based AoE. So, they need to run away from the group and pay attention to the people that are moving around them as well. And of beauty. I don't know if that is one that I'm supposed to use it for. Okay, that's going to be another attack. I don't rightly recall what this one does, so let's find out together. It is just a single target AoE that leaves a fire on the ground for a short period of time. Now this is when you'd want to use the Vril.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
If you don't use the Vril right here, life kinda sucks. Always make sure to pick up another one. They'll get seduced. But we do not die because we use the Vril.
I shall free you from your hate.
Rostrum. Grade-wide damage. Again, anytime these things come up is when I will pop it and grab a new one. Beauty. That's the marking two people with the ground AoE, if I remember correct. Yep.
To bliss.
Run away from people. Realize it's going to leave some fire on the ground.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Which will expand. We'll each expand a couple of times. He has a, what's referred to as a tail swipe, a backwards AoE. Grace. Right. Yeah, stay there. That is going to be the cross. Right. 1 second, please. All
Your
right.
souls are stained.
There we go. Roaring Arm. Don't know rightly which one this is. Oh. That is that one. It's a combination of the two. So keep in mind that they will start stacking. Try not to be standing on anything. And those are probably going to expand again. No, they're not. They're not going to expand. Alright. Always be prepared for things that
I shall free you
can
from
happen.
your hate.
Hand of Grace again. And we've got a stack mechanic. So, with that one, try your best to get to where you can stack with people. Use it, grab the Vril. Be on the safe side, always keep this up. If you use it, anytime the orbs pop up, you should be good. But that is the emanation. Okay. We're going to get a storyline here. I need to be right back. You guys, go yourself, listen to some music. Well, that was good of me. I meant to put up the BRB screen and I only muted myself. Gotta go back there. I'm gonna take care of the main story. Flight request. Finish the other one, and then we'll be able to fly here. Oh, flying in these places is... Okay, trying some food. Hoping that it helps. Trapping leader. This quest in, and we can fly. Unless I miscalculate. So, Ned, that wonderful flying ability. Here we go. I think a new contender is Tribe Quest start. Yeah, that is the chain that leads to Tribe Quests. Those guys. What I find funny though is as soon as you finish and you get the ability to fly in the zone, you move to the next zone. Which is going to be the peaks, but we are going to be able to access the rest of the ether currents like we were here. Oh, we can't fly. Usually, you'll put one right near the entrance. Not as accessible as others. We've been here. Been to the northern part. Ongamato. Four remain. 30 to the southwest. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna be gathering those before, because I don't want to have to worry. Okay. I know I've got a pop filter somewhere, I think. 385 yalms to the... One good way to make money early on, in the beginning of an expansion, especially if you're a low-level character, gathering. Find out what crafting recipes are going to be using old world mats. I can't show you on this character, but you have something like hard silver, which required silver ore in addition to hard silver ore. So, at the beginning of an expansion, the old world mats become relevant again, and a lot of the crafters want to be at the top, so they spend money on mats instead of gathering them themselves. And things are going to be expensive on the market for about 2 months. And everything is going to go up in price because of influx of returning players and whatnot. And you've got people that want to buy older stuff, but nobody's making the older stuff, so they have to shell out for it. Keep that in mind. Norte. When going this way, there's a good chance I'm going to run into the other one before I hit the... only 2 left, right? Only 2 left. Can I go through this, or is this... This is quest locked. So... Cannot get there. Alright, so I cannot complete that. We're gonna go and do the quests, and then when those become available, we will get them. We're going through White Rock. Okay. That's... Alright. I've gotten silent. I apologize. Just been trying to, get some food in me. And it's difficult to talk and eat at the same time. Right, so my friends. We're gonna be completing... We're gonna hit our goal tonight. Because if we sat down and did it with all of the quests, watching it we wouldn't, but since we're skipping all the storyline, we're gonna make it. Because we're cutting off like 6 hours worth of storyline. Four to 6 hours, depending upon how fast you play. No, for me it seemed a bit longer because I was, I would do stuff in between. Like while I'm running, I would be queued for a dungeon so that I could get some extra experience. That's not needed right now. Search for wounded soldiers in need of assistance. Kind of wonder, just in situations where they have mandatory military service, if there is a higher rate of people that have discharged for self-inflicted wounds. It's a heavy topic, but this situation kind of made me think of that. This scene very much can be skipped. Still at level 60. Did grab that, right? Please tell me I grabbed Alighieri. Okay. That's what's important. Yeah, I think switching the process to being software encoding versus hardware encoding is better. I think that the advice that I got for that came from someone with a much better graphics card than mine. But it was meant with good intention. That is one thing that I think that they could do better on, is setting that up as an actual like teleport of the character from point A to point B without fading of the screen as long, because there's no reason to reload the entire frigging zone again when you are literally just doing the ninja teleport. But yeah, the reason I was talking about the frame drops and whatnot, I am sitting at... I've had one frame dropped for every 10 minutes I've been on. So that should give you an idea of the difference. A few nights ago, that would have been 1,000 for every 10 minutes I'd been on. But when I level my characters, well, when I level Sav, I should say, I will collect gear. And when I level a class, I will go Bard, Dancer, Machinist, and Ninja. The reason being is because those 4 classes share, well, the first 3 share all gear, except for weapon. And the last one shares, accessories. So, when I go through and do it, that is what happens. When I go through and level, I will go that way so that I can clear my inventory of all of the sub-max level dex-based gear. And then as I am leveling said classes, I will be thinking about what is the next class that I want to play. And the first few months, you're not going to be able to roll need on anything, and you'll likely not be able to greet anything that other people want. Because everybody's going to be needing greeting on everything. That's the way of the game. Hey, welcome in, Mal. How you doing? Welcome back. So yeah, when after I've finished leveling all of the dex-based characters, I tend to move on to either tanks or healers next and get their gear up. And it's all healers or all tanks after that, and then I will progressively go through the others just so that this doesn't get out of hand. You only have a certain number of gear items in your inventory. I'm recovering from being sick, Mal. I'm on Tylenol right now. Had a fever of about 100, 101 past couple days. But I'm feeling better. Trying to get through this because I don't have much time to finish everything that I want to finish before the expansion drops. Okay, Brazen, you give me... Yes, you do. Give me an ether current. I wanted to be doing the Halloween type stuff, but time didn't permit doing both, so I'm going to be focusing on this until the expansion, or until I get this character through everything. The good news is, almost to the end of the first section of storyline for Stormbringers is going to open up a lot of dungeons, and then I can just push through the level 70 stuff. There's not as much content as was in Heaven's Word, and same thing with Shadowbringers, as much as the previous ones. Instead of doing 2 duties per major patch, 1 duty and 1 of the raids. There are gear. At all. Oh, and is there a bell? There's not a bell here. That's fine. But yeah, just playing through, enjoying my time. And most of all, teaching when I can teach. I'm also a little out of it because of sick, so forgiveness for the difficulty talking and the silences frequently. Turn 47 to the northeast. Let's go get it. And yay. One more. One more. Haven't unlocked the quests that I need yet. South is going to be down there near Crep's Hope. Kind of funny. You know, after playing a bunch of MMO games all my life, the reliance on actually like knowing the terminology for the maps has diminished. It's just knowing where you need to go in the map, not the name of the place. Because so with EverQuest, there was no map, period. They didn't implement a map until many, many years later. And by then, their map was not that great because they were trying to do a true three-dimensional map in a game that you needed a two-dimensional map at least for the overlay, and they did a wire-framed two-dimensional map that pretty much showed everything around you, and it took them years to actually like get that down to a usable thing. Like when I stopped playing it, they still hadn't implemented the map. So it wasn't a good implementation. They did implement it. I went back and checked it a few times, and that's why I can't go back, because they deleted like 2 bags full of really expensive stuff that took me months to get, and it's kind of like it's not worth it for a game that is that old and that decrepit to even try, because all of my my mount was destroyed, as were all the mats that I had gotten from my relic. Always the last one, isn't it? But, yeah, in that game you really had to know the names of places, because you couldn't say you have to go here on the map. You couldn't give coordinates on where to go. Well, you could, but most people couldn't really use the XYZ axis to find you. That's more implementation on that by Sony. it's one of those things that's kind of funny about that game, because I was able to witness the game right as it transitioned to um away from the original people that made it. I forget their name, but Sony had bought. Sony basically started hosting the game and taking over development and stuff like that, and you can see a dramatic difference between the games, because the base game and the Shards of Velios, the first yeah, Shards of Velios was the first expansion, and Ruins of Kunark was second, I think. Regardless, you could definitely see that, so the gear that would drop in the original game versus the expansions that came after. Yeah, you had to be a higher level to enjoy the expansions. They still had like starter areas and whatnot, but what you would come across is the gear was not like left-right comparable for the same zones. So if you... One second. If you were getting like starter things from starter zones, the ones from the more recent expansions would be better stats, which is why people would consistently, and I mean very consistently, take a high-level character through low-level zones in the new areas to equip, basically twink their low-level alts. And some of the stuff was just... So, what I was trying to get at was that, under the original leadership for the game, they had a very slow progression, and most of the gear that you would get was left-right compatible. Maybe a slight variation in stuff, but, you know, a max-level character is still going to want to go and take down the gods if they wanted to get their, like, best gear. But after a few expansions, they just went nuts on stats. And, you know, I think that's one thing that Final Fantasy XIV also fell into, is, like, the difference between two levels is 10 vitality. Granted, it's warrior to scholar, but let's even look at the difference between 2 levels and 100 item levels of gear. Item comparison. So between 2 levels, that's actually not a good comparison. Let's go with this item comparison. So this one is the better of the two, but there's 8 strength and 5 vitality. That might not seem like much, but when you're calculating everything across the board, expansion to expansion, that's actually a lot. And having an increase of 3 or more is a lot when you're doing stats like this. So if you have a new starter zone for level 1 characters that has like a level 5 weapon that actually has stats on it, whereas every other starting zone doesn't have stats on any of their items, people are going to go get the item from that zone for their characters. If it's no trade or unique or untradeable, then they're going to park somebody there to kill it and let them loot it, basically. All right, Castrum Albania. Castrum Albania. We're going to go into there momentarily. Just give me 2 minutes. All right, all right. Go back. Let wing. So I don't know how long it's going to be. It's going to be short, I know that. But now the one game that was like extremely they did that a lot, and it led to them doing stat crunches like every expansion was World of Warcraft. So it's like, oh, we're gonna give these things amazing stats. You're gonna be doing amazing damage, and it's like, well, think for the future, because a stat crunch ruins a lot of the other stuff that's going on in the game, which is why I'm hoping that the stat crunch in this one is not going to be as detrimental to the lower level stuff, because it's already pretty easy with the way that things work. But no, I think the big difference there, and why I think it's not going to be as detrimental in this one, is Square Enix actually gives a damn about low level content, because new players should experience the game. They should play the storyline. Whereas Blizzard's stance on it seems to be like, fuck the storyline, everybody wants to do end content, so we're going to focus on that. Which game is actually doing better? And that was before Blizzard's whole implosion. Because Square, they put the storyline in the game. Blizzard, they put the storyline in books and peripherals and stuff like that, which not everybody that is interested in the story is going to go out and buy books. That's coming from someone that's a reader and that loves lore. So, World of Warcraft, it seemed like every expansion they would have to change the way that the stats were worked, because they were adding and removing stats left and right. And I don't know if they've been doing that the past few expansions, but it's like, oh, we're going to add this one in, and this is how it affects you. And the stat just completely breaks some classes, so they remove it by the next expansion. But they would design fights and just everything to be around insane numbers, because I don't know what their thinking was, because if you do it like that, there is a hard cap on what you can actually do within a game, programming wise, with large numbers. if you go back to like the 16-bit days, I think it was 256. 16 times 16, 36. Um, anyways, I don't know where that was going, but, so in a lot of Nintendo games, one of the highest numbers you could get was 256. They later were able to, like, raise that, and a lot of, the Final Fantasy games, at least, and a lot of RPGs in general, would put the cap at 9999 because you would hit, storage overflow in the memory. Where if you went over a certain value, then it would actually corrupt the game a bit. And that's why there are hard caps in a lot of those old games. Final Fantasy VII, not going to get into that. But once you reach a certain amount of damage that your characters are able to output, that's not the minimum thing that you've got to be, or the maximum thing you got to be worried about. Maximum thing you got to be worried about is the health of your bosses, the health of the enemies. Because that number gets too large, and it can cause issues with the game as well. So, if you just do a steady growth from expansion to expansion and follow a pattern, there's less need farther down the line, especially if you plan ahead, which, you know, a lot of these companies should have fucking planned ahead. To actually be able to take care of the problems that come from having numbers that are too large. I don't even know how EverQuest dealt with that because it felt like they just didn't give a damn in general. They were just like making new stuff and trying to get more new players to join by making low-level stuff better than, you know, what the older players had to trudge through with. I mean, this was a game that was so... They put a lot of thought into it. Like, if you met a will-o-wisp and you accidentally hit it, you were screwed. Because even if it's like 4 levels below you, it's going to chase you until you zone. And you can't kill it unless you've got a magic weapon. That's the kind of stuff that actually was interesting about the game is this weapon deals fire damage, the enemy is immune to fire. Okay, so the fire damage is not going to work, but everything else will. If you've ever heard the phrase DKP from EverQuest, but Lady Vox and, what is it, Lord Nefarious? It's been a long time. I think I fought Vox once. But, being a necromancer without certain spells in that game was, kind of pointless. And it didn't work on the same system that this does, where you go to your trainer and they will teach you all your spells, all your skills. In that game, you had to find the scrolls, and you had to, like, buy them from other people, and there was one dot that was, when they introduced it, it was one of the best dots in the game, and then they nerfed it, because of course they did. Basically, it was an exponential dot. It would hit for a base amount of damage, then it would double that, double that, double that. But after, like, the 4th tick, there was, like, a 70% chance that it would just end there. So you cast it on something, and it's not going to get to the like 100,000 hit point damage because it's going to be cleansed by the time it does like 2,000 damage. And if I recall correctly, it also was a mana intensive spell. People that play MMOs these days, they are so blessed when it comes to mana regen, because how would you like to have to sit down after every fight and regenerate your mana for like 5 minutes? Oh, and while you're sitting, you can't see anything that's going on around you because you have to have your book open until you hit a certain level, and then you can, anytime you sit, you're actually meditating to generate mana. They put a lot of thought into it, but it ultimately was not good for the game and not as engaging as World of Warcraft came out, and even with the downtime when it first came out, more people wanted to play that than EverQuest. So that says something. This is taking longer than I expected. Astromabania. I don't know how it's pronounced. The West. Go west, young man. Gonna be on the other side of this. Gonna be up there. Other side of this. That is the last one. Currents. Had the quest ones to get. Oh, and there's one here. While we wait, we will try to knock that quest out. Ponderous Porter. So I was hearing about some stuff regarding New World, and so some of the things that I've wanted, I have learned why some of them are really bad. One of it being some things client-side, like position of the character being client-side. New World apparently has a lot of things done client-side, and it's leading into a bunch of broken gameplay. Like, really broken, and the devs in their attempt to fix some of the stuff, ended up deleting people's entire, all their gold. Anyways, let's get in here and do Castrum Albania. Castrum Albania. Storyline based. Fun dungeon. Iron Will. Remember to check to see if it's up, because if you level sync into the dungeon, it will strip it off. So it's always good to double check and see if you have your ability up. It won't necessarily remove it every dungeon, especially if you are at level or below level. Thankfully, you do not need to resummon your pets when you enter dungeon. Eos, Ifrit, Garuda, they used to all be unsummoned when you went in. The only time they will unsummon is if you are below level to summon them, but they remove the level requirements for a lot of them. Honestly, was a good thing. Honestly, what they should have done with that was you quest for them as part of starting out as summoner, but once they're unlocked, or even you just like quest to unlock skills for them instead of them themselves. Have to see how they changed. Quests, which I could do on this character. So, first areas of trash in this place are going to be, and I apologize for being not focused on the dungeon and talking about something else. So, I'm still sick. If you're watching this video on YouTube, I've been sick, so bear with me. First bits of trash are going to be AoE stuff. You burn it down. Try your best not to gain aggro. There used to be an AoE taunt in the game, but when they removed it, they gave everybody an AoE attack. All the tanks an AoE attack, I should say. First boss. Pay attention to the cannons. They will be required for this boss fight. So, boss is a speedster. Reminds me of an old He-Man character. So, he has Wheel, which is a tank buster. It's pretty hard. Untelegraphed. Pay attention. Magitech Fire is going to be a ground AoE. Nope, it's a AoE that hits everybody. Okay, this is where you need to pay attention to the cannons. Going to zigzag all around this place. You're going to have enemies come out. You want to defeat, kill the enemies while avoiding being hit. Wait for him to go. Take control of the cannon. You shoot him with the cannon. Stuns him, it knocks him out of the drag strip mode, and you can actually damage him again. So usually back when this was new content, you would do it 3 times, but looks like he might do it just twice or only the once. Magitech Fire 2 is the ground AoE. 3 is hitting everybody. So, Magitech Fire 3 hits everybody. And now he's going to attempt to do the drag strip again. All the healers wanting to... Okay. We should kill him before he goes drag strip now. I spoke too soon. Take that back. Take that back, we killed it. Running ahead of the tank, you're doing wrong. This place, you've got Magitech pods on either side. You DPS them down. If they hit the end for deployment, they will release an enemy. Usually, you could only get 1 down when this was new content. Even towards the end of the expansion, you could only get like 2 down. But you get the Hyper Tune that come out. They're not that difficult to kill, so don't worry about it. Have another section. We've got the dogs that will appear. And then from the what are these called? The non-cardinal directions. We'll have some more mini dragsters come out like the first boss. Like that. The anti-cardinal? They will start their thing like that. Grab the threat. Beat him down. Might only be 2. Thought it was 4. Alright, this one, you've got left, right. Best to just go for 1. You've got 2 per, you can usually get them down. I'm gonna get this one while they can get that one. We'll only have to deal with 1, but then we're going to have more of those roadster type guys come out, like that. We're gonna do a heal, hit threat. Really don't feel like shield lobbing everything. The heal threat gen only works for a paladin. It's not as effective on other classes because they don't have such a powerful heal. Trigger copper there. Go for. And we come to the second boss. Number 24. Pay attention to this boss's attacks. The names especially. Stab. Stab is a minor tank buster. Scale cut. You do not want to be standing where it cuts. Towers. This is something that you're going to have to deal with a lot after these fights. Okay, so we've got this. We want technical finish. Barrier shift. He is going to shift his barrier, and you want to be lightning convergence. Reflects back. So you want to grab the lightning essence in order to actually deal damage to him. The lightning. If you're ice or fire or normal, you will have damage reflected back, but I don't think you can get normal unless you're rezzed. I don't think he's going to get through barrier shift. Usually it's a good time to stop attacking and run over and grab it. Alright. This section of trash can be difficult if you've got somebody that isn't paying attention to anything that's going on, and they want to rush forward because they are all aggroing the wrong person because he is... I'm not going to say it. If you run it ahead of the tank, you are going to pull threat from everything first, and it makes the dungeon usually a lot more difficult. Especially if you decide to jump forward and basically dive into the trash like monks, dragoons, and red mages can. At this level, tanks do not have a... well, paladins do not have a charge. Right there. Okay, gotta stop doing that. Please, please do not play like the red mage in this is. I mean, best case scenario, it's just annoying. Worst case scenario, it wipes the group. Because if they decide to face dive into something and the tank is like, I need to go and take care of some stuff, or it's not uncommon to have somebody say, I'll be right back in the middle of a dungeon. Okay, final boss. On that. Skip the cutscene. This guy is fun, and I'll be honest with you, I do not remember everything. So, what I do remember, you want to tank him against the wall. Tattoo slash can be dodged. You can physically move out of it because it's a telegraph charged attack. The Rahu Blaster you want to move out of the way of. This is a boss that, as a healer, you will want to pay attention to as well because, okay, Ketu and Rahu. Somebody's going to be targeted with a large AoE, and another person's going to be targeted with the fan AoE, like was on the floor. Alright, boss is going to run over here. He's going to start gathering strength from this. Increases the strength of his Ketu attack. Ketu slash. Now it causes bleed when it hits. It hits for more. Ketu slash. Alright, he's going to run to the center. Going to do Ketu and Rahu. Again, this time it's going to be 2 large ground AoEs and a targeted ground AoE. This one is going to be an epicenter AoE and a fanned out AoE. So, he's going to run over and charge up again, and it's going to increase the strength of his other ability. So he's at rank 1 empowered Ketu, and we'll go rank 1 empowered Rahu, I think, next. If he gets there. He used to get it to about 3 stacks, and if he got 3 stacks, he had to kill him fast because he was going to wipe everybody. He could one-hit the tank. So, right now, Ketu and Rahu are both increased. You have the Death Claws coming out. You want to destroy this 12th Legion Packer before it reached this, because it would give him a major boost. So kill the ads when they appear, particularly the one that is carrying stuff. But other than that, boss is a pushover now. So, I hope you found it informative, and I wasn't too long-winded on stuff, and I didn't derail much. That is the level 69 duty taken care of. Ever... Yeah. So it was a samurai that was doing the charge. I thought he was a red mage. So that was my mistake. Samurai charging in. I will be right back. Okay. Okay. Just one more quest that we have to take care of. It's gonna be down here, I think. Got the main storyline quest, and then we are going to be going into the locks. The locks, I think, is one of the most dynamic maps in the game. Because there's an underground cavern system. Not expansive, but it's rather nice to have. So the diving ability that you get in this expansion actually used. Yep. We have the last 2 quests to get the flight. Sagar. We are entering the locks momentarily because we just got the final quest for flight here. As soon as we complete this quest, Alice is going to be taking us to gateway to the locks. Or not. So in the locks, there is there's a fate that will spawn that can get you a mount. You have to kill the boss twice and get gold in order to afford the mount, I believe. Trying to remember the name of the mount. It's the Lightning Unicorn. Something that I will share as well. If there are going to be fate events like that, where you have to, get a huge group to come together to kill one boss, it is better to do it towards the beginning of an expansion. Because there's one in Shadowbringers that I have never seen anybody go and do, and I wasn't able to take care of it early on. So, yeah, I don't have that one. And because of the nature of those fates, it doesn't matter what level you are, you can't solo it. Like, the one that is in Fringes, one I pointed out a couple times, it's like right here. I started that at 30 minutes right after it spawned, and by myself, in 5 minutes, I got him down maybe 5%. So, yeah. Gotta go to Alighieri next. Wish there was some magical method of getting rid of the crap in your throat. I should not say magical, I should say something that is actually functional. Alright. Now, all the gear that I'm picking up from this, I'm selling. I've actually sold quite a bit from my leveling stuff. There are people that have gone past Heaven's Word. Speak with Oriella at... We are going to get flying first. I hate whoever did that. Whoever designed that quest. Have to go all the way around. We can't go up this way. That's a one-way down. That's just not nice. Still at 14 dropped frames, so we're doing good. 3 duties done tonight. We're gonna get another one. Possibly another 2. You know how I'm feeling after that. I think I'll be able to do the editing that I need to do tomorrow. Try to get the giant bug there. Couldn't take me too long to get all that set up, so we can fly. The reason I wanted to do that is because it's going to be in the butt back and flying around. That's from Orions, right? No, Ralger's Reach. Skip cutscenes. Just a costume change for Lise. Pretty sure that's what it was. And it was. Cheek. Done. Now, one step closer. Alright, you little bugger, where are you? That's one of the things that I just find hilarious. The US bugger doesn't have the same definition, same severity as it does in the rest of the English-speaking world. Yeah. Aligiri. My mom, very strict religious person. and angry would refer to me and my brother as, or when we were being annoying to little buggers. So like, after I grew up and learned the actual definition of that word, it's kind of like, that's kind of a fucked up thing to be saying to your kids. Because that is exactly where it comes from. Whether or not that's the intent doesn't matter. We've got all the ether currents except for the locks, which have been locked till now. Magically the gate opens. Man. The other reason that you want to unlock flying as soon as possible is so that if one of those rare fates does pop up, you can get to it. Level 74. Oh, we gotta go through one of these again. Okay. Let's pop on Iron Will so we can actually hit stuff, make stuff hate us. Thought you were supposed to be powerful. When you press the wrong button for skills in a game, just typoed in a game. If playing on keyboard. We're here, but this isn't right. Where is everyone? Search the Saltery for clues. I'm gonna go upstairs first, because it's usually the third one that you look at. Earl? No, this is you've got to do all of them. It's a trap. It's a trap. Oh, everybody got one. Oh, and there are more Legion thingies that pop up, so... And they are not affected by... threat.
Ready?
Well, I was, then you spoke. Alright. After we get these guys taken care of... Like a tiny mantis bot. Oh! Hello, Colossus. Stun. I can stun. Looking for clues as to the whereabouts. Okay. Done. Ciao. Not done with this section. Of course, it's gonna make us fight everything. So we are at 74. Once we get out of here, I'm going to see if Intervene is available. Oh. Unstunnable. I would like these mini instances if it actually uncovered the map for you. But, you know, when you look up map, you can see where you're going. Especially if they are the introduction to the zone. Now watch, I'm going to try to avoid this one, but they are going to run over and engage it. What do you want to bet? Wrong. We don't need to. However, we will need to engage this guy. Probably. Nope. It's a robo ape. You have arrived at your destination. Please disembark from the vehicle now. Come on. Come on. Get through the dialogue. Well, at least getting back here. Rather, I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't tongue me. You. That should be better. Certain thing. Wonders. Works. So as I was talking about this zone, these pools that you go into are, well, I get to show you because we have to go under. There's caves underneath. Figure out where to go. Sometimes the way ahead isn't always a... You're looking too low. They do try to make it obvious where you're supposed to go. Mount. Magical underwater polar bear. Why am I climbing the stairs with my own two legs when I can mount? Welcome to Alamigo. Oh, seriously? Okay. one of those where you actually have to pay attention to what's going on instead of just brute force through it. Yeah, because nobody's going to notice a body just laying right there. One more sentry, give me a moment. Way to go, Thancred. Look for the winch. Oh. Gate winch. Now what's funny is none of these people are bunnies. Look at the back of their head, they all look like bunnies. Sergeant, sound the alarm. Let's top Iron Will. It's stun. Stun for you. And what do you know? Stun for you. You're immune to stun. But you are not immune to death. Stabby stabby. So one of the reasons when you go through these duties that you don't generate threat as well as you do outside of them is because if you did, you would get wiped out almost every single time because everything would be coming after you. Right, you know they're coming, make ready, my friends. I'm thinking, oh goody, I get to watch some storyline. No, we skipped the story. I have to fight her again.
I can read your every move.
Yeah, that's what this one is.
Out of my way.
You wait for her to do her thing, then you siphon her. Let us kill some stuff.
I'll cut you to pieces!
Carve me to pieces.
How could I lose?
I'm still in one piece. Okay, all your people are gone. Plan B. Technically, in between all four of those things is a safe area, but the bits were going.
Let's finish this! If only you knew the power!
Well, I do know the power because I'm siphoning it from you. If I didn't know the power, then yeah. I wouldn't know how to get it away from you. We officially entered the level 70 region. Not yet. We shall have one more be before the night's over. Hope. Feeling well, I am not. You know, it always boggles my mind when people use the word savage to describe other cultures when using their own culture as a comparison. Especially in this game, you've got the Garlemald Empire that is calling everybody savages that are not them. It's like, your definition of savage must be kind of messed up because, you know, murdering people, regardless of it's that nationalistic bullshit of our people are better, therefore we're superior. So they are savages because they are not doing the same thing, and you know, I'd honestly say that going out and murdering someone for money is an extremely savage thing to do. For land, for pretty much any reason that, you know, Europe expanded across the world. Garlemald, Philomon is kind of worse because they go like Mangala territory, using the people of the new areas as test subjects. I saw that. Ugh. Excuse me. Horned Crow. One thing I forgot to do when I came here the first time, which would have saved a lot of time. Well, hello, Americ. And Merlwib. I couldn't remember her name the other night. So if you're dedicated in playing through stuff, got nothing else to do. I mean, like, nothing else to do. You can get to, and get through all the story before the expansion hits. I'd say 3 weeks is the minimum. Come on. Got Betha here. 2. Unifrid. 3. I'm level 74. When I made it into the next expansion, I was 67. So we shall see, how much experience I get the next part. For you, you are a blue mage, so I don't need to do anything for you. I do not have intervene. I've got Holy Circle. I have Holy Circle. Maybe I only get that from a quest. Okay. It's up there, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be up there. It's kind of funny, after playing Genshin Impact, it's kind of nice to have a game that has decent camera controls. Want to look up? Drag your mouse 10 times. You know, I've never understood Holy Circle as a skill because it's got a cast time with it, and it's just easier to do Total Eclipse than Prominence. Holy Circle, I think, even has a smaller range than that. It just seems like a superfluous skill. Put simply, I have never seen anybody use it. I suppose it might be a useful thing to have a situation of, if you get your ability locked, but there aren't many enemies that do that outside of the, Palace of the Dead. Oh boy, oh. Are we? There we go. On the steps. Oh yeah. Where are you now? Southeast. Did need to come up here. That was me not paying attention to the quest. I thought it was a kill quest. Gotta be less than 50% to capture. Vest is going to be up there, isn't it? Yup, it's going to be up there. You are. Making sure to do things. Back up my lung. Off camera. Off microphone. No, you're just... South. It is going to be up there. Those pennants don't go too high. Just see the top of it. Did not. There it is. Tons of beaches. And she climbing us. Okay, one of the few that is not lookout. That is a prey one. Flame agent or a flagent. Right there. Wonderful. So, there you go. Listen, friend. You just need to stop doing what you're doing and quietly go into the great beyond. But to get there, this way. Only know that because I've been here before. What we are going to do is get that other one. If we can. And then we'll go that way. Hey. Way to get up over there. One right there. Question is, how do we get there? Yeah, how do we get there? This is how we get to that other one. Alright, find a way up there. Incidentally, at the top of that thing, there is another lookout point. Have to fly to get there. Looking, I do not see a way up there. I do not see a way up. Through. Down from there. Enter back there. Not gonna be able to enter from there. Please don't kill me. Can't enter from there. Don't think there is an underwater path because it's called an underwater path. Wait a second. That might actually be it. Going back to check. Nope. There's no path up to those that I can see. Adamantoise. Bone. Don't think give access, but I could be wrong. Like I'm wrong. Hey, I was wrong. Yeah, go figure. Not like I've ever been wrong before. Yay, we found the way in. Victors. Have to defeat 4 of them. Down? Okay. Need to deeper. Hope it lets us out where we need to be. Get ether currents so we can fly here. This is what I remember. Thought the only way to get up here was to go that way. But that might be flying. This is one of the areas that the big fate can spawn. Something that I don't know if they fixed or not, I'll find out in the expansion, is if there is a big fate like that and there are a lot of people there to fight it, a lot of times you won't be able to see the fate monster. Because the number of people around you will prevent you through the... Ooh, that's an A rank. I cannot solo that thing. Go around the other way. But, what was I even talking about? I forgot. Oh, when you enter a fate and there are a lot of people, occasionally you won't be able to see the enemy, which is why I highly recommend getting a group. And, with said group, going in and at least trying to hit the boss once. Because it's really annoying when you've got, say, 150 people around you and you can't target the boss even though you're standing on the boss because there are so many people around you. We're also trying to target the boss because it despawned for them. In instances like that, I really think that they should have had a... the fate mobs have higher render priority to player characters around you. I mean, it should render self, party, enemies, non-party members. Just to be beneficial to the people around you. Maybe one qualifier in there as the target of the person with the highest threat. Because I know in some of the fights, when the enemy doesn't appear, guess what also doesn't appear? The ground telegraphs. So, get into the fight, run in, and get killed by something I can't see because the boss is outside of render distance, and there are a shit ton of players that are within render distance. Jump, flash, and dive. Get how to dive, on keyboard it's control space. And after you dive, mount because you move a lot faster with a mount. Imperial material. All right. Or feast. Oh, bad. Be bad. Spooked her. I really hate that mechanic. Your foot just touched the water. Oh, you gotta dismount. Southeast again. White Isle. Beautiful. East. Gonna be under this, aren't you? Or above us? Above? Above. How do we get there? How many do we have? Oh, we've only gotten half of them. Oh, we probably had gotten more than that, but would be mistaken. Alright, ether current. Obtained. $515 to the southeast. Bloop. Hello, Pippin. Come on. These stairs. Hang a left. Oh, and we enter one of these things. But at least we're in level 70 quests. Hello. Bere Domites Spearwolf. Just melt the wolves.
For the House of Levayer!
Levayer? Send you back to Jack London. What's that? Yes, Jack London. I knew Jack London did Call of the Wild. I didn't remember entirely if he did White Fang.
Pull yourself together! So it comes to this!
And Bob's your uncle. This is the Beast Tribe quest that I or Beast Tribe that I wish had quests. Seemed more fun than a lot of the other Beast Tribes. Nansa, the thingies. Lamia people. Able to fly here soon, if we can get all the points. Well, amigo, the next duty. That's 455 to the south. Fall that would kill any mortal man. We do just for fun. East when we need to go south. Why are we going west when we need to go south? Why can I not do east and west in this place? Northeast. Southeast. There you are. Bastard. We're doing this so that we don't have to do stuff. Southwest. Okay, so it's going to be down by the Sully Monastery. Mains. B rank. The only thing that we're missing is the S rank. I've seen everything else. Yep, it's gonna be in there. Funny thing is, I thought I got the one that was in here, but I could have... Yep, I missed it. Best. Yuki Young Traveler. Oh, to get up there, to go up there. Right. Stay to the south, so we go up and south. We don't have to go all the way to the top of the tower. Well, I'd be happy to look up and tell you what where the top of the tower is, but game devs in their infinite wisdom don't think that we should be able to look up. Even though it is physically possible, even if someone is a little injured. Alright. Elms to the northeast, so it's going to be up here. The last one. That's going to be the last one. We're going to go turn this one in. Right, let's go and get ourselves that last one. Now, which way is going to be faster? I think going this way is faster than coming from the south. Yeah, because coming from the south, it's going to require a lot more bobbing and weaving to get around stuff. Here, we just have to go through one or two valleys. We're out. 26 dropped frames in 4 hours. I think I'm gonna stay with computer rendering for now. Up. 581 to the northeast. Up. 422 to the northeast. Yeah, it's be at the top of that, isn't it? East, northeast. Yeah. It's over here. This is the location that it's going to be. Hurt them. On here. And it's right there. And that is going to be the last one before we enter Alamigo. Their selection. Alamigo. So, probably could have been doing some of that while in the queue, but I didn't want to be ripped away from my progress back down there. Eight. Thought we go. Ooh. Inventory has filled up. I need to go drop some stuff in. We'll do that while we wait. Or not. Or not. Okay. Alamigo. Friendly warning, this dungeon carries a lot of spoilers. I'm also sick tonight, so bear with me if I forget things or, yeah. I will do my best. I may have just seen them. Alright. So recommended, grab. Pull up here, you'll get the second group coming down. Dodge out of the trash. This is not considered a big pull for this area. This is an instance pull section, so most of the pulls that you do are going to be limited by barriers. Pay attention to that, and as with most dungeons, please do not run ahead of the tank, because good chance that you're going to get threat before the tank, and then it just takes a small bit to get past that kerfuffle. Alternately, you know, you can cast a healing spell and draw threat before the tank has a chance to establish threat. So, flushes a bomb. Way opens up along here. Got this. I'll rush by, establish threat, and then run up to the gate. As these guys show up. Scholars have really been hampered. Eos used to be a good healer, and now they're less than 5% of the heals, it feels like. But that is neither here nor there. After these waves, path will open up and we get to the first boss. First boss, Magitech Scorpion. Take a wild guess at why it's named Scorpion. Alright, electromagnetic field is grade-wide damage. Target search. He's going to target a random player. 2 random players, and there's going to be a targeting thing going that direction. Boss will do this attack, which is a line. It attacks the front and the back. You can attack from the side to avoid getting hit. The target search also leaves fire on the ground, so keep that in mind. It does disappear after a while. Electromagnetic field, that's the damage again. Target search. We target 2 people, all of us. We're going to target all of us, so we want to run. It'll follow, it'll stop, and then it'll attack. And leave fire, so make sure that you move out of the way. A laser, and another target search. If you get target search, your best bet is to run to the outside ring, and then start moving in a circle. That's just my recommendation, at least. Gonna get another target search right before it dies, I think. Yep. So run to the outer wall, run along the wall, and try not to drop it where people are gonna stand. There you have it. First boss down. I forget the frequency in here, but I heal myself. That got scary. Next group. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull this out there. There's gonna be a large group that comes from down there. We're gonna focus on this one. Down. Monkey is the big issue. The ape. You robo-ape. We are going to be getting something like 7 or 8 ads that come when we go down there. And always be first if you're tank. Not tank. Try to stay behind the tank. These guys I like, rather I liked them back when this was new content, because each one has a chance to drop a materia of grade 5 or 6 rarity. Something like. See? Somebody ran ahead of the tank. Those little bombardments that are appearing on the ground are going to go away after we defeat this guy. Right. He's down. We got one more pull before boss. You don't want to stand there because you will get damaged. Maybe not one more pull before boss. It's chests. Somebody is going to get. Alright, welcome to the Hojo fight. Alis Mal Asina. Call it the Hojo fight because they reek of Hojo from Final Fantasy VII. Unethical experimentation. Okay. Simple tank and spank for most of it. Order to charge. Order to fire. So charge summons bits. Fire makes them go off.
I shall have to share these findings.
Okay.
Initiate soul extraction.
This section, we basically get knocked out of our body. You have to avoid the hand while making it back to your body, and avoiding the bits. Your best bet is to basically walk semicircle back to your body. Once you are in your body, want to go and attack the ones that aren't chasing you. Once that are chasing you will deal damage to you.
My word, this data!
Once they're all dead, fight resumes, and he doesn't last very much longer. Out, be targeted with various abilities. Make sure that you can dodge things properly. Last boss might actually be a wipe mechanic. A lot of people like to focus on the boss and not the things that they're supposed to kill. But we shall see when we get there. Right. Him down. No clue as to why that happened. So, here we go. We're gonna wait for a new healer to pop in. Didn't take long. Letting them know where we're at. We've got an astrologian. Go in here. Pull the enemies to the laser field. And destroy the laser field if you can first. But that's okay if not. Laser fields prevent you from moving forward. And the faster you can move forward, the faster they stop attacking you directly. Can't dodge the damage that's being done while you are doing it. Dodge it right here, since that you get walls between attacking you. Right. Run away. Back in. Ads should be down except for the Hexadrone, which we are going to get hit by. Right. We'll have one more of those laser nets here. People. Threat kind of established. We take out the laser fields. We've got 2 Colossi to take care of. Now these Colossi, I highly recommend tank them facing away from the party and be ready to move. They like to do exhaust. Can be stunned. Make sure that you maintain threat on both of them, because they tend to be mono-targeted down by people instead of AoE'd down. one additional treasure chest over here. I think usually has a weapon. Switch to the other one and stun it. Haven't stunned it yet. Alright. Gonna open up, it's gonna give us a cutscene for the final boss. Somebody was going over and grabbing the item. Necklace. Can't get it because we've already got it. Alright, Xenosia Galvis. Final boss. Wait for them to finish their cutscenes and then get into this. Okay, Xenosia Galvis. He is going to be using 3 different swords, and each one will do different abilities. Part of the storm, so you want to... No, that's... Storm is get out. Storm is get out, that's right. And he gives you paralysis if you get hit by that. That can't be removed. Have to wait for the countdown. Part of the swell. Do not stack. Spread out. Never mind, that's the knockback one. Part of the sword. This is the one where you don't stack. Because of that. Okay, so... Got it remembered.
Let this moment last forever.
Summon some clones. Vein Splitter, point blank AoE. They will copy what he does. Lightless Spark, Frontal Cone. I will heal them. You resurrect the other guy. The nice thing about red mages, they can heal themselves. Concentrivity. Part of the swell. This is the one where you get... Nope. Well is the knockback. Okay. Why am I having difficulty with this? Used to be one of the easiest fights. Remember the pattern. Part of the storm. One where you get away.
This is the end.
Part of the sword. Do not stack. Even if you're standing near the boss, they can stack. Okay, we are nearing phase change. Part of the storm. Let's get out.
Show me your road.
Alright, phase change. Got
Yes, yes.
3 swords.
Just so.
One doing their thing. Each one will do their ability as well. Want to make sure that you are not standing on people in case this one goes off. Pop arm's length just in case that one goes off. Okay. Boss's ether transfer is barely at 50%. Gonna hit 54, I think.
Yes! Just so. Have you the strength?
Yep. Divine Veil. I'm gonna heal myself.
The power to
Give them
transcend.
shields. If that reaches 100, it's a wipe. And that's what I was worried about. But this fight has been made extremely easier. That player dying early on in the fight would have been a wipe usually. But we have made it through Alamigo. Okay. Need this Magitech Predator Identification Key. I'll take it. I don't think I've got that on my main character. Wait for everything to go out. My luck is usually if I get anything above 70, somebody else gets something higher, so. 99 is the only time you are guaranteed to win. Then only if it's a need. All right. The Royal Menagerie is now accessible. Give me a second. All right, let's get in here. Alright, we are going to be going into the Royal Menagerie. Royal Menagerie is... I completely forget this fight, but I will remember it as we go through, as I have with most of the fights. The Royal Menagerie. Alright. Oh, no, I don't forget this fight. I remember this. I just didn't remember it was called the Royal Menagerie. Okay. So, Shinryu has got some wonderful skills. I think I'm used to doing this on X, though. Apologies if I forget anything. I am still sick. I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Right. Hello. So phase 1 is going to be fought up here. Tidal wave. Water is going to appear at one side. You want to go and stand next to it. As you get thrown, and you can fall off the edge here. Alamorn. Alamorn is a tank buster, so get ready to pop some cooldowns for it. Or a cooldown. Judgment Bolt. Raid-wide damage, and boss goes untargetable. Gonna do some epicenter AoEs that will drop. There'll be eggs. I'm going to pick up ads, and you DPS the ads down. Happen again. There are gonna be 4 this time. Epicenter AoE goes off. Engage them all. Off tank, main tank, doesn't matter. Engage them all. For this one, you want to go to the edge between. Small ones die relatively fast. Boss has not accumulated a bunch of ether, so we can Divine Veil. Went off too late. Heavens are too small for us. Okay. So this is going to be an active time event. Active time maneuver. Ready. You only have about 6 seconds to do it, so do whatever you can to break out of it. Don't break out of it. You die. Once you come out of it, boss is going to do a diagonal across the entire field that you're on. Then it's going to come up from one of the 4 directions. You will notice that the field for the boss is now changed. When the tail comes down, kill the tail. Where the tail is going to land, it will be marked on the square. So, killing the tail does a massive portion of damage to the boss. Players get marked with chains. You get marked with the chains, run away from the person that has chains there. Other person has the chains. So anytime the tail hits, it's going to leave the area glowing, damaged. Ether's reaching critical mass. Center, you don't want to be standing center for that. Time and Dust. We're gonna pop Divine Veil again. And I'll do Passage of Arms just to be safe. Now, be careful here, because you can take damage from things. Tail's down, kill the tail. This was sort of a, yeah, we shouldn't have made it through that one. It was really, bad at the end. But after the Shiva one, there'll be, breezes that will go down one way and then the other way. So, do what you can, stay safe. Well, at least you'll survive through the first half, I think. That is going to be the end of Stormblood. If you enjoyed it, watch the credits. Cutscenes after the credits. You don't have to watch the credits, I prefer to watch the credits. That's just me. So this is the end of... This is basically where I wanted to get tonight. This is going to unlock all the level 70 stuff. But as we know, getting through the high level stuff can take a bit of time. Because I'm sick and because got the project for Halloween that hopefully I'll be able to record tomorrow, barring anything bad going on. We will be returning on Tuesday. Hopefully with another early stream like today. Earlier if possible. I don't know what the schedule for next week looks like, so we shall find out. You will... as soon as I do. Probably. Well, you'll know Tuesday at the... Now we can fly. Right? Yes, and the mount speed has been increased across the areas. Low 5.5, 4.1. Yes, 4.1.
Come to see how we're getting.
Right. We have started that. We have got Secret of the Ooze. And we shall call it Eureka. That one I'm going to avoid for one simple reason. That is the relic weapon. Relic weapon. This area is really, it's hell. First stage, not so bad. Second stage, it's okay. Third stage, you're better off chewing nails. Final stage, I have not reached. Oh, remember our fine friend? we are going to grab and unlock all the dungeons. Well, this is actually for... No. Portwin is the one that has dungeon. The one that we just accepted was for the Omegascape. The 12-man, or the 8-man raid. We are gathering up all the quests. Gonna try to unlock them all. I'm glad that we were able to get here tonight. It didn't take that long. See any others? Yes, there's the Temple of the Fist. While we're here, we'll just unlock the temple, and the only duties that we've got left are going to be storyline duties. So we've reached the end of Stormblood. I think in a week we can get through all of the dungeons for the remainder of Stormblood. I might run a few tonight. We'll see. Car seat headrest. I like the name. I really like the name. Come on, Marjorie. Temple of the Fist is now accessible. So, the only level 60, level 70 dungeon that we've completed is Alamigo. Everything below Alamigo will be the future. So storyline was probably going to take a bit to get through, to get to all the dungeons and whatnot. I am going to wander around and try to unlock everything. Now, because we can fly, fringes, let's just go outside. Okay. There's striking opportunity. Now, access to the Circle of Answering. Okay. So that was not a dungeon, that was basically training ground for the level 70 duties. What do we have to... Got a new contender, which is not what we want to do. There. Not seeing anything other than new contender and unlocking the Omegascape. So we're gonna go unlock the Omegascape. And remember, when we do Omega, it's going, or when we do the entire Scape series, gonna be all 12 in a single session. And I'm gonna see about getting some friends to come along with me for that, because it makes it go a lot easier. I've run some of that recently. It's really cool because it's a non-linear raid. It's almost like you're being in a computer simulation, which is kind of meta. Right. Such a lovely little spot, isn't it? Hello, Sid. Okay. Forgot about this. There's one of these levels between every 4. Come on, you idiots, it's attacking, so why don't you... Another one. The enemy gonna self-destruct or is gonna pop up? Alright. Some kind of teleporter. So when we go through and do the escapes, we gotta go through these quests. Allanders. Sounds like an insult you'd call somebody. Alright, so we just have to kill these guys and we're good. I think there's only 2 in this one. But it has been a few years. So we have interdimensional rift, whatever you want to call them, the scapes. Oh, we've got one more. Okay. Face it away from the party. Beat the ever-living crap out of it. Ecliptic meteor. No, that one actually was not as painful as the others. Okay, good. Cutscenes. This has an interesting story. I'd recommend it. There are some stories that I do not recommend. Like Paladin story quests, storyline quests are just not that great in my opinion after level 60. It's kind of not very well thought out in my opinion. Alright, so we got that. Let us check out the peaks. Any... Right. Open up the map. Anything, don't see anything. Not see anything. Okay. Locks. Not see anything here. Okay. I will check on a lot of them, but I'm going to check out Kugane next. Because I know that's going to open up one, trial. Yep. New king on the block. Dramatis Personae. Songs in the key of Kugane. The king in the castle. Right, let's go up to Okairo Inn. Okairo. Now, anybody that's played Monster Hunter World, at least, know what we're hunting here. To crossover with Capcom. Fight is interesting because once you enter the second phase, the only way you can heal is by using a potion on yourself, and you only have 3 of them. Next spot, we're gonna go Star. I'm just going around and grabbing all the quests now. I will probably complete them all offline and then go into the duty. Next game. Next stream. Okay, so Wandering Minstrel is now in Kugane. Wandering Minstrel is the one that unlocks the X versions of fights. Lakshmi. Emanation Extreme now accessible. Susanoo. School of Tribute Extreme now accessible. Talk about Shinryu. And Minstrel's Ballad, Shinryu's Domain. That is why I didn't recognize the name of the duty, is because they changed the name. Wait a second. Odysseus, Stonai. This might be... This is... At least I think it is. The 24 man. Yep. This is for Ivalice. Duties. If you are unsure what Ivalice is, I am not ruining anything because the game has been out for... Oh, what? Near 25 years now. Final Fantasy Tactics. And to a lesser extent, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and Final Fantasy 12. 12 has been around for over 10 years. Tactics Advance has been around for at least 16. kind of funny. I was looking for a Game Boy Advance, and they're extremely expensive, so it's just better to get an emulator and play the games you actually have a copy of. The Royal City of Ravenauster. Because many times it's not lack of the game that people have, it's lack of a console that can actually play it. I've got a bunch of Game Boy Advance games, but I was borrowing a Game Boy Advance from a friend, and as rent on it, I replaced the battery. Because the battery was holding like a 3-hour charge. With the backlight off. Alright. Travel, where else do we have to go? Ruby Sea, let's go to Onokiro. So we've got Heaven on High to do, we've got the raids. Both raids, since both of them are now open. That's Heaven Sent, that is going to unlock the tribe quests. Now the duty that's in here is storyline, so not there. I don't think there's one in Asm Step. At least not one that starts there. Nope. You're gonna come over and talk to this, warrior. Okay. So this is to unlock the, crossover trial for Rathalos. Why walk around on the ground and look for the person that we're supposed to talk to and take into this guy? Lie in wait at the designated location. I'm not going to do that. Go to Yangxia and see what's here. Like we have all of the quests, unless some start elsewhere, which is possible. Done, 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 done. Got the quest for that one, we've got the quest for that one. This. Got that one. Wanted Truth. That opens that. That. Okay, King of the Castle, to kill a quarrel. Mad King's Trove is storyline. An auspicious encounter we do not have. I don't think we have it. I will look for where that one goes. An unwanted truth got. Tortoise in Time. Another one we do not have. Secret of the Ooze. We got 4. No, we've only got 3 more story-based storyline dungeons. And Shadowbringers, there are only 2 dungeons that are not storyline based. So that's going to be fun. So let's find out where those are. Vicious Encounter and Tortoise in Time. E required quest Hope on the Waves. That is story quest. I have not done that yet, so I cannot do it. Okay, the other one. Cannot do that. Okay. So those are 2 in a different chain that requires me to be farther along in the storyline. Unlock. So we are done with that. We're going to get into all of this on Tuesday. I will try to have everything unlocked before then. We'll see how work goes this weekend. But, yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for stopping by. We're going to go over and toss a raid on someone. I hope that you have a good Halloween. Take care of yourselves out there. Be safe. And, yeah. Let's start a raid. Hope that there's more than just me in here. So, have a good night. And bye for now.